Hello, Billy the Artist here, back with another how to draw lesson, and today it's going to be, at last, Spider-Man. Tom Holland as Spider-Man. This one's from Homecoming, and it's going to be good fun. It's a full body one. Again, we'll explain a little bit more about that in a little bit, but before we go any further, please do like and subscribe. Tick the box to be notified when new lessons will become available, as I am hopefully working on a lot more, and I will be trying to release at least one, well, it will be one a week for the next few months. There are now 2 new ways that you can support me and this channel as well to help it grow and develop. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing to my videos, but I do now also have Patreon. So if you go to patreon.com/theartofbilly, you can subscribe and you get the video lessons like this one and all the future ones before they appear on YouTube, but they are advert free on Patreon as well. But there is also a great little feature called Buy Me a Coffee. If you go to buymeacoffee.com/theartofbilly, you can just tip me the way you can tip streamers on Twitch and things like that. Anyway, that's just another great way that you can help support this channel. If you enjoy the videos, please do buy me a coffee. If you want and can do monthly support, then please do go to Patreon. Anyway, that's the goal. That's what I'm trying to do, and amongst all my other work. But the last one that we did was Matthew McConaughey. And that was good fun. He'd just become a YouTuber as well as being the amazing actor that he is. So we did that. It was like a normal family portrait. But the one that we're doing today is a full body one. Now, we've kind of done more body full images in the Harry Potter series. Now, again, check out the How to Draw Harry Potter series. There is a lot in there of a lot of videos. But here we have Bellatrix and here we have Sirius Black. Now, these are good fun because you get to draw a full body and it's a little bit different. Now, again, there's some others in there. We also have Hagrid and we also have Luna Lovegood. Again, these are great to do because you've got the full body and not just the face. So it's just something a little bit more fun to work on. So they are what we have done in the past, and there's lots more because obviously we have Harry as well in the actual playlist, as well as lots of other characters, and I will hopefully be doing more of those too. Now, in the How to Draw Portraits playlist, check out the link in the cards right now, we also have lots of others. So we have pop stars, we've done Billie Eilish, we've also done Taylor Swift, and I'm going to be doing some more pop stars, but there's Ariana Grande. Now, again, that's been great, and also V, and I've also done all of the guys from V, so all of the members of the from BTS. So along with V, done all the other members. They are all up there. Check them out, enjoy them, and I also put them in the slideshows. Now, people tag me, so do tag me with the hashtag Drawing with Billy, or just tag me directly on Instagram. In the banner and in the description are links to all my social media, and people share their images there, and then I put these slideshows together, and it's great to encourage everyone and show you all other people's work from these lessons, and that's a joy. So anyway, I hope you like them. Now we'll get to the explanation bit. Oh, and on the Matthew McConaughey one, that was just the trusty 2B pencil, nothing else, just the 2B pencil alone. But I did use this clutch pencil, this technical pencil, on for how to get the outline down on his glasses. Now, I am going to use this again because this is small and so I'm probably going to be a little bit more technical. I'll wing it, we'll wait and see, but I might use this for the more detailed outline. But this is the paper, so it's A4. Again, all the dimensions are in here right now, and it's 21 by 29.7 centimeters, 210 by 297 millimeters, and each one of these lines, these grid lines, and you have to draw them on yourselves, is 2 centimeters apart. So we've got A to J, 1 to 14, and that means we can kind of do battleships using the grid, so we can go E6 or F4, and that's where you start. It just helps to put the shapes down. Now, some people say using the grid is cheating. I've explained this lots of times and I'll continue to explain it. No, it's not. It's a technique. If you see somebody doing a lesson or a time lapse or anything of a picture, a portrait or something else, and you don't see them putting the outline down, they are either tracing, using a projector, or they've used a grid and they've erased it first. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a technique. Artists past and present have used grids. It's absolutely fine. It is not cheating. If you want to learn to do just total freehand drawing, absolutely brilliant. Crack on. Same with your painting. It's brilliant. I went out and painted from life. I've drawn from life. I've painted musicians while they've played and have been dancing around the stage. I've drawn them, like sketching live at music events. You can do that, but it takes time to develop those skills. This helps you develop the skills. Now, there is a link in the cards to a video showing you how to lay down this. Now again, I draw these lines on very dark. You don't have to. You can do them lighter and then it's easier to remove them afterwards. But again, I do this so that you can see it. But first I use shapes. Check out How to Draw Anything Part 1. And this little video shows the basics of freehand drawing using shapes, and I will put some shapes down to show you those kind of basics that you can do when you're actually laying a drawing down. But that's where we're at, and that's what we're going to be doing. And now we are going to draw Spidey, and we're going to crack on with it. So anyway, I have the trusty 2B pencil, and now we can start the drawing. So here we go. And I'm going to start right at the top. So we have just straight off on the E above the 1. I'm just going to put a little mark because that's where the very top of Spidey's head is. Now, that's just like a simple reference point right at the top. Now, I'm drawing a big box and it's coming down to the 3 line. And that's where his ears are, but his face, so we've got a rectangle coming across past the D, and then I want another rectangle, and that's coming down between 3 and 4, another square box kind of shape. Then to the right of the E below the 2, we've got a little rectangle for the nose, a little rectangle for his left eye, right eye, eyebrow. Now we've got a kind of big triangle at the top, that's the hair going right up over the top. Then his ear is in that rectangle, then we've got a little rectangle there for his right ear. Now if we come down right on the 3 line on the E, just drawing a little rectangle, that's where his mouth is. Now little kind of shape for the jaw. But then we've got this rectangle here, which is his neck, and then that comes up. So we've got a little rectangle shape there. Now we've got the shoulders, and we've got his right arm and the body. So you can see it's going to all come down here. Now, fortunately, the patterns on his costume are going to help as well. So we can come down below the 10 and we can see on the E that we've got this little line right at the bottom. But we can then draw a big box. So we need to imagine just these shapes. So I'm going to draw diagonal line over, and that comes through D5, and this is his shoulders. So we've got D5, we've got this diagonal line, that's the top of the shoulders. Now we can see, down E6, I'm just drawing a little box, and that's where the actual little spider is. And then we've got this kind of V shape here, and that's his chest, flattened V coming across the bottom. Now his left arm, so his left arm we can see, and that comes over to the 8. So we've got a rectangle coming down, and that's the left arm. Now, coming all the way down, we're coming down to the 11. We've got either side of the H, we've got another rectangle shape, and that's his left wrist. And right on the 11, we've got a little rectangle shape, and that's his bracelet, the kind of web bracelet thing that's on his hand. And then coming down, we've got his left hand, little box there, little triangle for the thumb, and then we want a box for the fingers coming all the way down. Now we've got this leaf shape here, and that's his eye on his mask that he's taken off, and then you've got the smaller leaf inside for the white part of his eye, part of his mask, and then that's the rectangle for that mask going off. Now here we've got a C shape. You can see it's just a nice simple C shape, and that's the mask curled up in his hand. And then we've got another one that comes down to the bottom. Now then we've got here, so from G9 we've got, you can imagine a rectangle going up, and that's this panel for his side. You've got that rectangle shape, and then again we can then bring another little rectangle between 9 and 10, and that's his little spidey belt bits that come over. And then imagine a rectangle for the leg coming down. You've got this shape, it's going to come down, and his leg is going to come up just to the right of the E. So you imagine that rectangle there, that's where the leg comes up. And then the same for the right leg. We've got a rectangle shape there, and that's the shape of the legs that have crossed over. Now we can see here we've got a rectangle which is kind of his tummy muscles. There's a spider web kind of makes his abdominal muscles, so that's something that you can bear in mind when we come to draw it a little bit later. Then we've got the right arm, and we've got a rectangle coming down there from on the C line, just to the left of the C line, coming down from 7 to 9. And that's where that one is. And then we've got another rectangle that's going to come down from 9 to 11. And that's his wrist. Then another little box, that's the bracelet, his web shooter bracelet on his right hand. Then a box for the bulk of his hand, rectangle for the thumb, and then a box for the shape for the hands below. And then we can just bring out. So there you can see very quickly, and again we can add some others. We've got a little rectangle which is going to be that part of the arm. You can do this in as much detail as you want, but this is just to get the basic shapes down, and then we can add the detail line afterwards. But we've got a very simple basic set of shapes that have placed our drawing of Spider-Man completely on the page. Right, I've just sharpened my pencil, and now I'm doing something that I've not done for a long time, and you can see we've zoomed in. So we're actually close in so that we can just at first do Spider-Man's face, Tom's face. So, or Peter Parker as his name should be. So we've actually zoomed in, and I'm going to try, it's not going to be too long, but I'm going to use this, the normal trusty 2B pencil, rather than the clutch. Now the clutch pencil would mean that I wouldn't have to keep sharpening the pencil, but I'm going to try and do this. And I've lost, just to get a piece of paper. That piece of paper that I rest my hand on so as I don't smudge the page has disappeared, but we have this one now. So you can see here that we're going to start and we're going to work from Peter Parker's forehead. So we're going to start and we've got all the construction lines, and I'm curving across, coming over to halfway, so either side of the E line. Then there is a bit of a flick, so you've got a nice curve like a C shape that's coming over, and that's his hair, that nice thick strand of hair. It's like a shape, there's a V, and that's going to help to then direct the hair underneath. So we're coming down the side of his forehead where his hair is, and this comes down to the 2 line just to the right of the D, and we come down, that's a little bit above, just above the halfway point where his ear is, his right ear, and then that's about, yeah, just about a third, and that's the back of his hair going up. And then you've got this little V shape of hair there just above the 2 line, and you can see we've got this triangle shape here that comes right out to about the halfway. We've got a little swoosh of hair, and we're only concentrating on the outline first. Now we've got this tuft of hair right at the top that curves, and then we've got this curve that comes right over just to the D line, and that comes down, and then we've got another curvy wavy bit that comes over to where basically his parting would be on this side where it's kind of brushed and swept up. Now we can come and we can see that the hair, we're inside the corner of F1. So the hair comes down, goes up to that bit that kicks over. Then the hair shape goes out to the side, and we've got his ear and we've got the side of his face to the right of the F line. This is where the grid really helps to put your detail line down. So he's just coming down to the right of the E, and then his cheek just comes out a little bit and then comes back across and comes down to the 3 line. And it goes right through the cross point and just to the right a little bit. Now I think we can get away with this using just the normal trusty 2B pencil. Again, if you've got a technical pencil, feel free to use it. It's completely up to you. So his hair goes up and joins that corner. Now we've got the hair right on the edge. So here you can see we've got a little C line that curves and then joins up on that bit, and this is where it's just a little bit messy and blowy in the wind. And that's how that goes out, but again we'll detail all that lot up in a little bit. Now we've got this V shape here, and this is where the hair comes down over his left ear to join the side of his face. Then we can bring a straight line down for the left ear just below about halfway, and then it comes across to join the side of his head. And then we've got a couple of little shapes, but again this will be the detail a little bit later. And again, as I've zoomed in here now to do this outline, we'll come back and we'll actually detail his face in the same way. So this is just a little bit different, so I hope you're enjoying this little bit different take on actually zooming in. Now we want his chin to come down and around. Now you can see we've got the chin shape that comes around, but you've got the dark shadow where he's got a crease that kind of comes across and then goes up the left jaw. So the jaw comes down and comes across, but the jawline isn't as dark as that comes around past the E line goes up to about halfway and then goes up where our construction line was when we put those first shapes in. Now that then goes up to join the hair, and that's here we've got, you can see that faintly you've got this little shape, and that's the rest of the curve of his neck. Now the crease of that neck goes down there, then inside where the construction line is we can come down to the 4, and it's just above, and we can bring the curve of his neckline of his costume. That comes around following the construction line to the right hand side of the neck, and that's, yeah, just a little bit past halfway. Now we can come up and it's just below the 3 line where his right ear starts. So that goes up. Then we can bring the curve of the top of his neckline of his costume, that comes over, comes through the F line, and then goes through the 4, curves out to about, that's about a quarter, and that's where it's going to go to his shoulder. And the song, like I said, you've just seen the pencil go off the actual screen, and that's where we're going to leave it because we're just concentrating on the head, and that's where we just need to focus. So we do the same on the right hand side of his neck. That just comes down, and then you take the curve just below halfway, and then the shoulder line curves off across just above the 5, and that's where it kind of goes through towards his right shoulder. Now we come back up, we've got the ear. This curves up at a diagonal right through the D3 point from below, so it just curves up. And you imagine the ear is this C shape, so we've got the C shape here, but there's a couple of it, it's not just a smooth C shape. You can see here we've got a little point on the ear, so we've got a point at the top and then a point on the side. So you've got this nice kind of curved shape that then comes across, comes down, and then kicks again. Then we've got here, we've got this little C line, which is the entrance to his ear canal, and then that curves up. It's kind of like a little triangle, little triad symbol thing. Then we can just curve the line of the crease in the ear, and then the outer ear, the crease line. And then we can bring this dark line down, and that's the outline of Spidey. Now again, I'm drawing this really dark, you don't have to. Now we come up to where the E line is, and we've got Spidey's eyebrow. So we've got to bring that over, comes just past the kind of halfway and curves through the 2 line. Then we draw the bottom part. Now we can see that his eye, we've got this little rectangle shape where we put it in, but we can see his eye is right next to the E point. Now what we need to do, we can see from the top of the ear, that comes over, and that's the lower part of his bottom eyelid. This is how you use reference points. And then his eye is above. So you can see that's the shape of his lower eyelid. Now his actual eye comes over halfway. So I've just put a little point in so as we don't go too far. Now just bring the paper so I don't smudge. Now I'm going to bring the curve of the lower eyelid around, and then that kicks up before the halfway point. And we've got the V right in the corner where the tear duct is that touches the E line. That goes up, then we can see how the eye, upper eyelid, curves over, and then that goes off to the actual centre mark that we put. And then you've got a line that goes above, so we can go from the E line up. It's kind of halfway between the top of his upper eyelid, his eyelash, and the 2 line. And then that just comes over, and this is the fold of his upper eyelid. And then we want a little dark shape. That's the outer part of his iris. No highlights on here. Might just might leave on there's his pupil in the centre. I've just left a tiny little highlight. Now I have darkened his pupil in, just so that you've got something to lock onto. That's a good thing, pun intended, a focal point in his eye. Now we can come over and do the left eye. Now again, we've got this diagonal shape. You've got the shoulders. You can imagine the shoulders are diagonal. His right shoulder is lower than his left shoulder. That's a similar thing. His eyes are slightly diagonal, and so are his eyebrows. So you imagine the diagonal line, and that's where you've got the right eyebrow. So you diagonal line going over, and the thicker part is there, and then it curves down towards the F2 corner point just above. Then it's about on the third, you've got the eye socket that comes down to where the nose is. Now I'm going to, you can see we've got the curve of his nose that comes down, and the curve of that shape on the left hand side of his nose just kicks out a little bit, comes down. Then we've got we've got a better rectangle. I can put that in. That's the bottom part of the nose, and then you've got that triangle above, and we'll come back to that. That just gives us a little bit more construction line to work with. We just need to pull that in so you can actually see that the nostrils are about on the third, so that just needs to be a little bit lower. Again, you just work it out as you go along, but it just helps putting the construction lines in. Now his left eye, the upper part of his eyelid is below. Again, we've got that diagonal like we had with the eyebrows. It's just below the 2 line, so we've got that curve that comes over. His tear duct is a little bit over from the side of his nose, so we can go up, and the bottom part of his eyelid goes around. Again, you can see it's nowhere near the F line. You've got a nice little gap. Then we want to bring the curve down over the top, and then the upper eyelid crease follows that over, and the line comes down on the outside. You've got a slight darker line that just comes out. Then you've got the lower eyelid bag underneath, and then we want the 2 little curves for the outer part of his iris. Again, just put the pupil in. I've left a tiny little bit of a highlight just so that shows. Again, this is just a simple outline. So now we can come down, we can see where the nose is, so it's going to be on the thirds, and you can tell that by coming over to the ear. So I'm just going to use my putty eraser just so as it doesn't get too muddied right now, because we want the highlighted bit, the outline to be more viewable than all the construction lines, just so as I can see it. So we want the curve of the edge of his nose to his face. Then we want the nostrils. He's kind of just looking up a little bit. And we want the edge of the left nostril. You can see that's in line with just past the tear duct. And then that goes up, and you've got this little triangle here of the light. Again, just the construction line. Just removing that a bit. Putting that crease in his nose in a little bit more. And so that's the shape. Now we've got the centre part of his nose under between his nostrils. There's the right nostril, and then the left nostril, just a little shape which is smaller than the right nostril. Now the mouth, we come down to the E3 line. We've got the curve goes up from the right corner of the mouth just past the E line underneath the 3, and that diagonal goes up, and then you've got the centre of his nose that comes down, and you've got a little V at the bottom, and then the mouth comes down to about just the halfway point, and you can see that just naturally falls into that place. Then we've got the curve for the lower part of his upper lip. It just curves, it's not a straight line, and then curves out to the edge. Then just to the right of the E line, we've got the lower lip. Now, coming down off his eyes, we've got a V shape there. That's like the shape of his face and his cheekbone and his eye socket. We've got a curve of line there. We've got the shadow, we've got the chin shape as that comes around, and then again, these are just simple construction lines from the nose down, and then again on this side we've got a triangle shape for the cheek, that shade there. And then the side of his head. And that's quite good. That's just a simple outline down of Spider-Man's face. Again, we'll detail that in a moment. Now we're going to move on to the body. So now we're going to come in and put in the rest of the outline of Spider-Man's body. Now again, this, it looks quite complex because of all the web, but the shapes will help. This is why we've put everything in, so you can see where the arms are going to go. Everything's going to fall into place, but the grid will also help you putting all the webbing detail on as well. It will help. So again, we've zoomed out so that you can see the full drawing now. Anyway, so we're going to start with the left shoulder. We're going to come down, this curves over to the H, comes through about halfway. Then we've got this little triangle here as it comes down through the 5. And then we want this little muscle shape of the upper arm and shoulder muscles as that comes down towards the 6. That's about halfway. So we can just come down, that's the shape of that muscle. Then we've got this little dink of a tricep. So this just comes out between the 6 and the 7. So we've got that shape that comes down. And we're following this diagonal line. It's outside of the construction line that I put in. Now again, your little box could have been a bit wider. That's the whole point. It's about drawing and having fun. So on the 8, we're going to come down and it's going to be to about there. And then we're going to come a little bit way past. So just come down, and then the arm is going to come around. We've got the edge of his arm, so his elbow is behind here, and then it curves around onto his wrist and then comes down to just to the right of the halfway. But again, this was quite far over, you know. Again, this is just using your construction line. Now you can go straight in using a grid and just put the outline down, but it's just good to put those boxes down sometimes. So anyway, I'm following the curve down, and then we're coming to a quarter on about a third of the way up. So it's a quarter of the way across. This is between 10 and 11, and his wrist comes down to join above the web thrower bracelet. So now we've got this lovely, nice, simple rectangle shape. Let me see, that comes past the halfway. And that goes up to about halfway, comes across, and then we want the shape underneath the bottom. Just, it's not a perfectly straight line, it's just got a slight curve on it. Now we've got a curve over the top, and that goes to the edge. Now, to the right of the H line, we've got that line that goes up. And this is on the top of his kind of web bracelet. And then we've got a little curve detail line on the outsides. Then we can come up from the bracelet, following that construction line. The shape of his wrist comes up, and then it starts to go a bit more vertical with the curve of the muscle tissue on his wrist. And that curves and goes up, and then we can see we've got the red splits into the blue. So we're going to follow the blue line first, and that comes right the way up to G6. And that's where his arm joins the corner of his body and his armpit, the side of his chest. So we can follow that shape down. Again, above that, going through the G line just above, we've got that little diagonal line, and this is how we can use these shapes now and the grid lines to help us put the shape of the spider costume in. Again, that comes down. Now we've got this inverted V here. It actually touches the 8 line just past halfway between H and I, and this curves over, comes down, comes to the edge. Now that's where the V point goes out to the edge of his arm. Then again, the same thing, we do the inverted V, and that comes over to about halfway. Now there is a secondary line, so I've just spun the pencil a little bit, so as I've got the sharp of the 2B pencil. Now up on his shoulder we've got another V, but this one's the right way up as opposed to the one on the end of his wrist to his elbow. So we've got this nice little V there just between H and I to the edge of the arm, and then this curves over above that little bit of fabric join between the red and the blue. That goes out over, and we can see how the edge of that kind of plasticky black bit comes around following the line of his chest, comes out and then comes down towards the 6 line, and that comes down to the 7, goes through, and you can see there we've got a nice little triangle shape, and that will help us because the line's going to carry on further down. Now I'm going to draw the line up over to join, and then that then makes it very simple to bring the blue down, and then that's going to come down further as we work down his chest. Now we come back up to do this black V line on his left shoulder. Now this curves over, comes through the H, drops down, and then kicks up. Now again, we've got, this is where a technical pencil would be very nice. We've got these secondary lines just inside the outer line. So I'm spinning the pencil so I've got the sharp point. Now we've got a little kind of shield shape. And that's where that joins and connects. So you can see there we've just got that left arm in nice and quickly. Now we can follow the shape of the curve of the arm. You can see how the spider web is going to come down through these shapes. And then that goes through the H7 line, comes over and comes down. Now from that point we've got that line up there, then come back down to where the elbow is, and that's like a bird flying. So you imagine like the way you would draw a bird as a child. That's how simple we can draw these shapes of his spiderweb pattern down his costume. Now we come down to just above on H11, just above the web thrower. That line will come down, go through the cross point, and goes down. Then this arm on the follows the edge of his arm, that comes down. There we go. Now here we've got a nice little U shape, and then you can see another one that goes right through the 10 line. And that's how you just put those webs in. And again, you just look and you just put the webs in very quickly and simply. And that way you've got detail going onto his arm, and that's how simple you put it in. Now we'll fill in the others in a moment when we've got the rest of his body in. There we go. So I've got the pencil sharpened just because it's nice rather than using a blunter pencil, and we're going to come down and we're going to do the side of his body. So that comes down, and then we've got the belt above, and that curves up underneath the 9 line between F and G. We've got a slight curve as it comes down and through, then goes up, and this is the blue, and this then goes up through F8, and you can see how it then goes and joins the line that we brought down. And then we can bring the black line down very close to it, and then we've got that red line that will show through. Then we've got the diagonal that comes across. Then we've got his kind of little spidey belt, pockety bits that comes across and goes up. Now we've got this black that comes down to about here, and that's that extra line. And then we've got a V point that comes down above the 10 line, and that then follows the curve up over to the edge, and we want the edge of his waistband that comes down right on the G line, and then his top of his hip starts to kick out just above the 10, and then that comes over just inside where his hand and the bracelet are, the web bracelet, and that's the edge of his waist there. Now, inside the G line, we've got the edge of his Spidey belt bit. Now, the lower part, this curves over, comes through the F, then goes through the centre, following the line between E and F of the 10, and that comes down, goes through the E just a little bit, and then you can see we've got this kind of symmetrical shape. So you can see that's going to come across horizontal, and then it starts to go up towards his right waist. That goes over, it's just past, cuts through and goes to halfway between C and D. And then we've got the edge of his Spidey belt that's outside of his hip line. So again, right on the halfway, that's where the hip's going to go. And then we can see how that goes up to his chest, side of his torso and his midriff, goes up. Just remember, it's organic, it's not a perfectly straight line, so you can just have that nice curve. And then we've got the chest that comes up to the armpit joint, and that's just left of the centre between C and D, below the 6. And then we've got, again, just nice simple shapes. Right on the point, we've got that little triangle up that goes through the 6 line on the C, curves out to the arm on the side, and that's the dark of the black, like the V band on this side over here. And then that curves, comes over, you've got that black line that goes out. Now we can curve the shoulder up and over, comes over and joins the shoulder on the top. And here you can see we're getting the really good, nice outline of Spider-Man down really quickly. Now again, we've got the black shape here mirroring on this side. We've got the V coming through the 7 line. So we've got that shape just inside, and then this follows all the way down to the belt on this side. Comes down, and the spider belt is just above the 10. We've got a little shape that kicks up and goes up to join the line. Then we've got a little V, and that goes out past the side of his body. So here now we've got a dark line down, we've got a little kind of V shape with a flattened point and a square at the top, and that's one of his little pockets. So we come back over on this side, right next to the F, we can draw a rectangle down, then we can draw a line over, put a couple of little squares at the bottom, squares at the top, then we've got the edging, and that's how you make the pattern on his little spider pocket belt bits. So again, come over close to where the edge of the spider belt is, draw a full rectangle, and then we can draw the little rectangles in, and then the 2 side bits. And finally we've got in between the 2, we can draw a parallelogram rectangle that comes all the way over, the 2 squares at the top, and then the side bits. And that's the patterning on the belt. Now here we can come down with his right arm, so we can come from where the side of his chest is above the 8, between C and D, close to D. So it's right here. You can see we've got this nice light of V here that comes down, and that's the shape of the back part of his arm muscle in the shadow area. And the curve of the wrist comes down past the 10 before it kicks across the C line, and it curves over just to the right of the centre line between B and C. Then we've got a little point, little V there. I'm going to come down here And we've got this nice curved shape, and this is the top of his bracelet coming over his wrist. And that's literally on the 12 line. It curves up and over, goes all the way over. And then we can bring the curve of the top over and down. And then we can bring that diagonal line. Then we can curve over. And to the right of the B, we've got a line going up and to the left. And then you've got this little, it's kind of like a doorway shape, an arched doorway. And you've got the dark, but then we've got the V point up at the bottom to the underneath of the web slinger. And that's the dark of that part of his arm. Now, coming back up to the shoulder, we come down through the 7, and then we curve the muscle. You can see how that comes through the 8, pretty much on the centre, but it's curved, it's not a straight line. That comes down, and the curve as it comes out onto his wrist, comes over, comes through the B above the 10. And then we can bring that down to inside the web slinger. Now we've got this black band that comes up and over below the 10, and then you've got a wider part that comes up, yeah, just to the right of halfway, little diagonal line, and then it's a bit slimmer. Now I'm going to sharpen the pencil just because that's getting very blunt, just so as I've got a nice sharp tip to put those inside lines on there. Now again, we've got the blue part, we can bring that up. We can see how we've got this triangle now to the left of the C line, and that comes up to about here. And that's the shape as that comes up of the fabric and goes up into the corner of his arm. So there we've nearly got all of the outline down. So now we want to come over, and we're going to do his left hand. We just follow the shape down from inside a web slinger bracelet. That comes out below the 12, and the finger crosses through the 13, and you can see where the fingers then just start to curve underneath. Now we've got the knuckles that come all the way over, but we want the thumb that comes out, goes across above the 12, and then comes below, and this is where you've got the cloth formed of his mask in his hand in that C. So now we want to bring the curve over of the top of the hand before the fingers start. Now the fingers curve, and we've got 4 rectangles. You see we've got one finger there, first finger, little finger, and then we've got the 2 middle fingers. So we've got the shapes that come down. And you can see how they curve around, and that's the hand. So imagine you've got a little rectangle, and that's how you can build those up very quickly and simply. And that's how you get the shape of the fingers. And again, when we put the actual webbing detail on, that will make that stand out for us much better. Now we've got the eye patch that curves down right around, curves around, gets very close to the eye. Then you've got that crease of fabric that comes down, that's framing that off, and that goes up there. Then above the 14, we've got this diagonal shape, and that's what we can use to actually frame the lighter part of his eye. Then the edge of the mask that goes up and into his hand. Again, we've got a little kind of crease there. Now, the fabric's folded, creased, comes up. We've got a little triangle shape there, goes up, and then comes across and joins. Now we've got the creases here. So we've got one line up, then we've got another line. Again, just think of it as like a big C shape. That comes around, comes down. From in between these two fingers, we've got a line that comes over, then a little V there. We can draw that line down, and we can follow. We've got that shape inside. That goes up, just like a nice bar shape there. And then we want that other crease. And that's how we get that line down very quickly. Now, from E13, we've got the top of his leg coming up to his crotch. And that comes down. This is his thigh. That comes down. Then we've got the back of his right leg. That comes down and joins the E line. Now, the right leg, this is curving out and over, it comes down from the top. We're going to come down and it comes below the 12 and comes through between 12 and 13, little just below halfway. So we can follow that curve, and then we've got a nice little curve just to the left of the C line, and that's the shape of his leg. Now we've got his thumb on this side, so we've got the hand, so we've got a nice rectangle that we've already put in. That's the shape of the thumb. We've got a little kick out there, then we've got the fingers, so we've got one little rectangle, two little rectangles, three little rectangles. That's the first finger clenched together in his fist, then the finger on the outside, come down horizontal over, and then that curves back up to the thumb. And then the hand goes back up to the web slinger inside. Now that's nearly all of the main outline. Now we get the important bit. We have the spider. So we've got his little logo in the centre. So this is just to the left of the E line, below the 6. So now what I'm going to do first is little square, and then a bigger square, and that's the main shape of the head and body of the spider. Now it's got a point on the top, and that's the spider's head, and then it comes out diagonally, comes down, and then we've got a little V at the bottom, comes up, and then we've got the diagonal up to the spider's head. Then we've got basically a couple of K shapes, but I'll make it very, very simple. You do like a V, a kicking C first, and then that goes up. That's one leg, and then you draw a line down to match the bottom of the body. Then you do another sharp V, like kicking C point, and then that leg goes up just to the right of the E. And then this leg comes down a little bit further on the right hand side of the E line. That's how you get the legs of the spider. Now again, on this side we've got it's got a flat bit as well, so we've got a flat bit diagonal. It's not, the first one is not just a V, so there you want a little flat bit, and you get the leg coming up, and you follow the shape of the body, and that comes down. Then we've got a sharp D point, second leg, third leg, that comes down, and there we've got the basic outline down. Now we want, we've got some sunlight appearing. That's amazing, just on my fingers. And that's rather spectacular. We're now just going to get the web in. So we're going to start with the centre. We come down just by the E, follow the line of the neck, and then we follow the line of the chest through the centre of the spider, and it comes down, and you can see how it just kind of curves, comes down to the centre here. That's the line for his tummy. Now we do the same, and we follow the shape down, and it just curves slightly round. It's going to come down and touch the E line. Then we've got another one that comes down from the edge, then right from the neck, comes down across through the F line, curves over and joins the edge. Then we've got another one, comes down, comes right out to the shoulder, to the G line, comes down and touches. Then we've got a line down on the shoulder. Now there's a V. From G5 we've got that curve comes over. That's the top of that one. So now from the shoulder we've got this curve line that comes over through the G, and then we want to bring all of these web lines that are going to come across, but we need to fill in on this side too. So we're going to do the horizontal lines down his torso first. So we come down from the neck, come over through the 5. You see how this curves over down to the 7. Follow the shape of the chest, touches, comes back a little bit, and then curves to follow the shape of his torso, and then comes down to touch the D line on the 9, and then that goes through, goes right down to his waistband. Then from the neck we come down, that comes across, comes through the D, and then goes through the 6. And then we've got another line that comes over, and a lighter one on the edge. So now we've got the horizontal lines in. We can do the same on the wrist. So we can follow this line down. This comes through the wrist, then that line comes down. Now we can do the web lines. Now it's not a straight line, they are slightly curved. So if we start from above the spider, you can see how the shapes, little curves, go up, and that's how you follow the shape that's caused by the body and the fabric being stretched over it. So you want these little curve shapes following the pattern all the way up. So again, now this is on the 5 line, comes down through the D. These kind of come over towards the E, and then it starts to go up above the 5 line, following the trajectory of the chest up to the shoulder. That goes through the F, and that curve goes up and over. Then we've got, like I say, these crease lines that we've put in. Now this line goes up, but doesn't go right the way up to the neck. Then we've got 2 that go in the creases. This one's right up on the F4 line, comes through, it's over, and we've got the one below the spider that's right on the 7 line between D and E, but we can then follow, we've got this construction line in, so we can follow that shape, that comes over, and that goes and joins that corner point. Then we can do the same on this side, comes over, joins the corner point. Then we come down below the 8. This is a bit like his abdominal muscles as well, and that goes up through the 8, and then that goes up. Then we come down again to the 9. Just going to centralise that up a little bit more. Again, so you just think of these like little curve shapes like the birds. Now, there is actually a line inside that black line that comes down to here. So that then comes, you then get the curve over, that goes up. You can follow that line up. Then we've got right at the bottom and that goes up and joins the spider belt. So there you can see, by using the shapes and the grid, it's very easy to put all of those lines in on that red part of his chest. Now, here we've got one that goes out on the arm, one that goes to the outer part of his arm, and that side's very, very simple. Now, I'm going to bring this over so that I don't smudge. In the blue, we've got, starting from between F and G above the 7, we've got a dark line that comes down, follows the trajectory of the fabric to join above, on the blue above the spider belt. And we just come inside, we've got another one that comes over, goes up, and you can see how it joins below the 7 line to the right of the G in the dark. And that's that curve that comes over. Then below the 8 we've got a curve slight that comes around, and then we've got a corner point, and that comes down. From here we've got a diagonal that comes over, then we've got another diagonal that comes over, and you can kind of see how they're fairly close in line to the red ones. So this curves over, and then that goes up into the shadows. We can bring that arm up, and that's those lines. Now we've got down on his legs, so below the spider belt on the F line we come down from 10 to 11. Then we've got a second line that comes over a little bit lower below the 11, and then this curves up and over. Again, that nice simple bird shape. And then we've got another one that goes right through the 11 line, comes over, curves across, but not as far. And then this comes down, we've got a nice little box shape that comes through the 12, and then this comes right to the E13 point. So we've got a nice curve on the leg coming down, and then below the 13 line we've got a second one that's parallel with that line. And here we've got lines that come down, curve, following the flow of the leg all the way down, and then cuts across. Then we've got a secondary line, starts a little bit higher, comes down, goes a little bit lower, and then that comes across. And just to the right of the G line we've got a line going around the back. So now we've got, it's not so much an actual printed line, it's just the join of the fabric. This is the centre of his costume coming down from his midriff to his legs. So I've just done that a bit light. Now from the 13 line we've got the matching pattern on this side that comes around up to the 12 halfway. Then we've got the vertical lines, and then that crosses over through the 11. The one that comes down, that goes up, and that's how simple it is to get that shape in. On the leg, again mirroring the pattern on this side, comes down, then cuts across. Now his right hand, we do the thumb, we start there, we've got a curve, then you've got 3 lines, one above the 13 and one below, well 2 above the 13, so there's 1, 2, 1 below. And that's these lines actually help make his hand look more real. So now coming down from the web, oh actually we've got the arm above, so we'll finish the hand off first. So we've got the pattern that comes down, this comes down here, touches, then we've got another line that goes down there. Then from the thumb we've got the curve shapes, then at the top curve shapes of the web pattern. On the fingers there's 1, 2, those shapes come around. Now we've got the web pattern above here. There's 1, 2. Now we've just got the left hand and the mask. So we start with the centre line coming down from the middle of his web slinger bracelet, and you can see how this comes down and the web line actually joins the finger joins. And then just to the right of the H, got the same, that comes down, curves, follows the line of the knuckles and joins. And here we've got the same, comes down, joins the fingers. So now just above the 12 line, starting from the outer side of his hand, we've got a little curve, and you can see how it just curves up and over. Then that curves over, and then we come to below the knuckles and the fingers. We've got the curve of the first finger, the second to the centre, third starts to go back up. Now we've got 1 line above, 1 line on the little finger below, and then there's 2 underneath, 1, 2 on the bottom of the finger. And we've got 1 line there, the curve comes up on the second finger and on the first finger, and right through the cross point, 1 slightly below. And then the same, we can follow those lines around. Now there's a bit of a cross there, we've got dark shadow in there, but we've got 1 line coming all the way down, then we've got a crease, and then we've got another crease shape here. From right on the corner point of H14 we can follow the pattern out, then on the line we can bring that line across, and then a lower one. Then below the eye patch we've got a diagonal, and then that comes up, and again we've just got nice simple shapes. And that is all of the outline down of Spider-Man, of Peter Parker, played by Tom Holland. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed that. We now need to get rid of all of the construction lines and the grid lines, so we've got to rub out a lot. So I need the Mars plastic, and I'm going to put the paper on and hold it with my hands so as I don't cover it with grease. I'm going to do all the outline first, because there's a lot. So if we can remove all of this, again, this is where if you draw the grid lines on lightly, it's easier to remove them. Whereas this is a bit of an effort, but it's okay. So this so far is going really well. Like I say, I'm holding this to stop the paper from tearing and moving and creasing and all kinds of things. But this is something that you can do, but also you use a piece of paper so that you don't get your hand grease all over the paper, because that will then hold on to the graphite of your pencils when you're working, and you can damage your drawing. So that's the bulk of the outline removed. And all of the outer grid, now it's getting a little bit tight, and I would lose a lot more if I carry on using that. So I've got this, which is the same. It's still a Mars plastic eraser, but it's in a pen, and you can get them smaller, like the tips in some of my technical pencils have got a nice little eraser in. But this just means I can be a little bit more accurate in removing the grid lines. Now again, this is very important. This is all part of your foundation, laying the underdrawing down. And so doing this and taking your time is the most important part. It doesn't matter whether it's for a drawing or a painting. Getting the outline down correctly is crucial, because then you can do a really good full drawing. So again, even in this now, removing these grid lines and construction lines, because of the spider web, it's kind of making it relatively simple, because I can tell inside each section of the web what needs to come out. And so that way I end up with a full clean drawing to then fill in. And it's a bit like a patchwork. So this is a kind of reverse patchwork that I'm taking out to then fill in properly with the shading. Hope that makes sense. But you can see how I'm just systematically going around removing as much of the grid as I can. And it just leaves me then the image that I need to fill in. So now we just come up onto Tom's neck, the side of his head, inside the hair, inside his face, his forehead, above the nose. Now that's getting a little bit close, but that cheek, I can get that out with that. Now I've got an old brush, and using the paper I'm just sweeping all of the spent eraser stuck on the masking tape there, so I can see which other bits need to come off. But I sweep them onto a piece of card or a piece of paper because it's easier to put it in the bin. You wouldn't believe how simple an idea this is. But I didn't do this for years. I just used to sweep my erasings onto the floor, which is really dumb, but it's just the kind of thing you do. You're just getting on with your work. Anyway, I'm now coming in with, this is a battery powered eraser, and it just means I can go, I think this might need a new battery because I can't really press on that hard. And it keeps stopping. But this has got much more fine detailed control, so you can see I can get right inside the eye, get rid of the, oh yeah, I think the battery's completely gone. He said I could, so now I'm going to use this mono 0 eraser, and I've got to do it manually because the batteries have run out. But this is the same kind of thing. This is a very, very fine point eraser. And again, because of the shapes created by the web pattern, it just means that I can erase much more accurately because I know what needs to come out. So there's grid lines going as well as construction lines. Grid line there up at the top. And that's really nice and clean. There's a grid line coming out on his leg. More grid lines on his hand and wrist. Down on the thumb. Again, on his left hand. Again, all the construction lines. You can remove as much or as little as you want. But it just gives you a cleaner drawing to then go at. That's underneath the chest. I think that is nearly it. I've just seen some more. But that's really good and clean. So there we have. Now, I thought I saw some more. Like I say, I'm just checking out. There's the inside of the spider. side of his face, around his ear. Again, this is, you can keep going. Oh, there we go, down inside the legs. That was the one I was looking for. But that's how you end up with a nice outline drawing. And it's very detailed because of all the patterning. But that's how you end up with a good outline ready for you to shade in. And that's the next stage that we're going to tackle. Now we're back with the trusty 2B pencil, and we are going to be detailing up Spider-Man's face, Peter Parker, played by Tom Holland. So what I'm going to do first is, using the trusty 2B pencil, I'm going to lightly shade in all of his face. And the reason I'm doing this, as I say in all the other videos, is this is just personal choice. It then just puts a tone down that I can work to. And again, as you can see in the video, I've zoomed in so that you can see just much clearer rather than being really, really tiny. So, because there's no glaring white highlights, it's actually quite good to just fill that in. Now, I'm just getting a piece of kitchen towel, tissue paper, and I'm just smoothing that first layer down. Again, this is personal choice, just something that I like to do. And it just gives you a nice tone. So now I'm going to do a similar thing on his hair. Again, I'm just using the 2B pencil. This is the same with Matthew McConaughey. I did the whole lot with just a 2B pencil. I don't think I'm going to be using a 4B. I definitely won't be using an 8B on this. And this is something that, I mean, for the lighter tones you could use a 2H. You know, if you've got all the different grades, that's great. But I found the 2B pencil to be the most versatile for all of my drawing needs. So it just became the kind of live sketching pencil that I would take with me when I would draw musicians live. So there you can see I've just filled in all of that very quickly. Again, I will just smudge that a bit. And I'm not being too careful. It doesn't matter if you go over the lines a little bit, that's absolutely fine. But now I'm going to just darken the eyebrows a bit. You can see we're already just getting some nice tone and development away from just the outline. So now I'm going to start adding some of the tones in the hair. Now you can see the curve of the hair going up. So these shapes, these little curve shapes, you draw them in the way as if you were brushing the hair. And that's what makes it look more realistic. So we've got a highlight that comes across the top there. So I've just indicated where the highlight would be. And then we've got this thicker bit that comes down onto his forehead. Now we've got the curve lines that are coming up there and behind again. We've got the hair as it sweeps over the back. And then the hair out on the back of his head in that little V. And then from the side of his forehead coming down to the ear. Again, you can imagine like just it's pushed over his ear. Now that's very quickly giving us just some more detail in the hair. Again, the same on the left hand side. The hair sweeping over, just comes down a little bit. And then we've got the dark over the top of the ear. So now I'm going to increase the dark in the hair, starting on the left hand side. Got a dark bit just coming up the side of his forehead. And then just some darker lines, twisting the pencil so I've got a sharp point. And then it's a little bit lighter over the top, and we've got some lighter highlights, but we've got the curves that come over, and then this patch here at the back we've got the lighter curves that are coming over, and we've got this slightly darker piece at the back, so just some darker lines curving that are framed by these lighter sweeps that are coming over. But then here inside we've got a darker passage of hair, and then that curves off to the back, and then we've got this very dark patch caused by this hair that's sweeping over, and then that comes down onto his forehead. And then the hair that sweeps off to the back. Now, in that little space underneath, again you can see we're just building up the tone slowly, a line at a time. So we want the dark coming down the side of his head above his ear. Just soften that off. Slight diagonal line, and the hair coming up the side of his forehead. And then dark above his ear. Again, I'm just twisting the pencil so as I get the sharper point. And then the dark right at the back on that V underneath the bottom, coming out underneath that hair. swoosh going up. Now, just sharpening it so as I've got a nice point for this sweep of hair that goes up and over. We've got the shadows right underneath. Again, they're just slightly diagonal. Fill those in underneath that lighter curve of that curl of hair. But again, just drawing them in the direction that the hair is growing and brushed. Again, here we can see we've got the forehead comes down and we've got this little point. Little diagonal point. That's the hair going across. And then that goes across the forehead up to where the hair sweeps up from where the parting would start. So now I'm filling in the kind of mid-tones. It's just a little bit darker. And that's how you can build up the hair very quickly. Again, this is a small portrait, so we've just filled that area in very quickly. If this was a full head like the guys in BTS or anything like that, or Harry Potter, then you've got a lot of hair and a lot of area of paper to cover. So now I'm just going to come in with a putty rub it. And that just pulls in a few highlights. I'm actually going to use the mono eraser as well. That just allows me to just pull up some of those highlights quite nicely. And simply, paper's just sliding off that I'm resting my hand on. And you come back in and you can just crisp up underneath those highlights. You can see you just got the, it just shows up that little bit more. So now I'm going to come in and just sharpen the 2B pencil, so I've just got a nice point, and we're going to increase the tone so you can the light's kind of coming from this direction, from above this area here. So his eye socket is going to be, and his eyes all in shade. So we can shade all around, and including the eyeball, the upper part of his eye socket. Again, I'm just putting a kind of mid-tone in. The bag under his left eye, coming off to the edge of his head, and then that V down onto the cheek, side of his nose, then between the eyes we've got this shape here, just a curved shape, little point up at the top. And then that leads us to the right hand side of his nose and his right eye in the eye socket. Again, we can then fill in the shade right down the side of the nose. You see how this then comes over the cheek. So I'm just filling in over to the cheek. Then we've got this triangle shape here. A little bit of cross hatching just to indicate the shape of the upper part of his cheekbone. Now, underneath the lower eyelid, and then coming out to the eye socket. Again, we're just building the tone slowly. And we've got here, we've got the shadow on the side of his forehead. And that's starting to give us three-dimensionality, but we've got coming across the top of his forehead above the shadow in between his eyes. We've got a highlight up here, but we've got a little darker patch coming across. So we just filling the tones in very carefully, very gently. Now we come down underneath the nose. Got all shadow, but we're leaving that little triangle of light there on the top. And then bridge of his nose, a little bit darker than the highlight right on the top. Now, his lips, got the dark in the centre, and then just the mid-tone either side. And then a little bit of tone on the edge of his mouth. And you can see it's like a W. So here we've got this W shape coming around his mouth. And then there's a couple of little highlights either side of his lower part of his mouth. And then we've got slightly darker shadow at the top of above his chin, below his lip. And then we've got the tone that comes down side of his cheek to join next to this W. It comes down on his chin. So we've got this line, this crease line that comes across, and then this is what goes over to the right of his jaw. A little bit of shade in the kind of dimple in his chin. But we're leaving that highlight on his chin showing. Now, up the cheek on the side, coming up to the shadow of his cheekbone. Again, coming from the nose down to the side of the mouth, we can bring a little bit of shade down. Again, the same on this side. We're just building the tone up nice and slowly. Centre of his neck is where the darkest shadow is. Then we can just feed that out a little bit dark down the side. You've got a little bit of light being left either side. Now, here we've got dark corner. Again, I'm using the flat of the pencil that I've been building up. And just using the tip nice and gently, and this is how you can fill your tone in and not scratch the paper. So here now we've got a little D shape. I'm using the tip of the pencil just to create that shadow that's there. Then you've got the crease of the ear that goes round into that shadow on the left ear. The left ear goes out, up. And we've got the little crease lines at the bottom. And the kind of hair comes down the side. Again, now we can bring that shadow down. Underneath the chin. We can just do a bit of cross hatching just to darken that down a bit more. That's how we get the three-dimensionality. So we can now bring this tone across for the part of his right jawline. We just need to, you've got this light bit here, just need to fill that in a little bit. Then bring that tone out over the neck of the side. And I'm not too concerned about going onto the spider suit. This is the thing with drawing, you can just enjoy filling in. Now behind the jaw, coming up to the neck and the ear, we've got a nice darker line that comes down. And the tone coming underneath. And the tones are all very close, so we can just build up. So now, coming across that cheek, we can fill in a little bit more tone. You can see how it's just filling up, but we've still got the definition of the tones that we put in at the beginning. Now, the entrance to his ear canal, a little bit at the top. Then it's not as dark lower down, but then above we've got this little shape. Fill that tone in, and the back of the ear, this is slightly darker but it's got a highlight inside, and just on the top on the edge. Next to the ear, crease coming out of the ear canal, and the kind of little flap that's next to it. That's how we're just building up these tones carefully and slowly. So again, if you squint your eyes, you can see where there's darker tone. So again, I'm just building up between the eyes, and then between the eyes and the corner and the sockets. And it's the shapes of the tones that will help bring more definition. Now, coming down, the angle underneath his lower eyelid. and the dark in the corner. Again, we're just going to build up. There's the corner of his nostril. This is looking really good. So I hope you're enjoying this. We're just having a lot of fun. We've just got to carry on building the tone up slowly. So now I'm going to come in with a blending stump. And again, this is clean. I've just cleaned the end off. And we're going to use this in exactly the same way as we was using the pencil. And it's just smoothing the tone down, but I'm just essentially cross-hatching using the blending stump. I'm just pushing this tone around. Just clean it off a little on the kitchen paper. Now, on the cheek here, we've got that lovely diagonal line, and then it comes up to this kind of little highlight. But I've just softened that down a bit. The same coming down the cheek, highlight down the cheek, to this bit around the mouth, down the side of the neck. This is kind of very flat light. Like I say, we don't have a very strong dark shadow. So using the blending stump will really help to flatten the tones. But you can control how much tone you want, just like with the pencil. And again, this is how I always say, it's easier to add than it is to take away. So I'm just softening everything down. So again, we've got this lovely shape coming down the side of his cheek that then goes up to the ear. We've got some darker tone coming off the hair, but there's a little bit of highlight there. We can just soften it over. And again, coming over, we've got this little patch here. You can see it's quite a strong highlight. But just cross-hatching, using the blending stump as you would a pencil. Again, the same on the side of the lip. You can see how we've softened that tone down now. Again, same on the side of the cheek. And coming over the chin. Under the mouth. Again, this is that kind of W under the mouth. And this comes over the side of the cheek. Up a bit. Then bottom of the chin. Oh, we've got this highlight on the bottom of his chin. The dark right underneath. And underneath the nose. The middle part of the nose, how that curves around the nostrils. And the dark right on the corner of that nostril. Again, I'm pushing the shadow around. You can just see how it's intensifying and building up slowly. Again, now from the corner of Spiderman's left eye, the lower eyelid bag, right into the corner of the eye socket, and that comes around and out. Now, right in the corner of that was the left eye, on the right eye socket, then coming out underneath, got the diagonal line coming down off the corner of the eye. Now there, already you can see we've got such a lovely form in the face appearing. Again, now we've got this angle of slight darker tone. Again, I'm just carefully bringing it over that highlighted part, this V on the cheek. Now again, the ear, darken the back of that ear down. Where the ear canal is. I'm really increasing that tone going up the cheek to the side of the jaw. And then coming down the neck a little bit. You can see that's really working well, and we've still got the highlight lovely on the nose. Just clean the end of the blending stump. Now I'm just pushing the pencil around a little bit more over the forehead, down the side, leaving this highlight at the top. Coming over under the hairline, really softening the edge of the hairline. And then we can come over the top of that eyebrow. And we need to darken underneath. Piece of hair that's just coming down. And again, the edge here from the corner of the eye socket up to the edge of the hair. Again, you can see we've now got a really good set of shapes. Just softening the top of the lips. Now what we need to do, just sharpen the 2B pencil again. We're going to come in and we're going to start with Spider-Man's left eye. We need to bring some definition and some dark back in. So I'm carefully bringing it down to the tear duct, and you've got a nice curve. This is a nice curve shape that comes right the way over to this point on this side. And we've got a nice dark point coming to the corner, and then that curve comes around up to the tear duct. Now can darken the iris and the pupil. Just be very careful. And you've got the curve in the lower, and then we're going to fill the iris in. I'm just leaving a little highlight, little bit above. Now you can see that the white of his eyes is very bright. Now that needs to just be toned down a little bit. So I've toned that down. Same on the left hand side. Now, underneath the eye, we've got this shadow coming up to the tear duct, the shadow under the bag of the left eye. Now, we've got the crease above the upper eyelid, and this curves over, comes down, just follows the shape and the form a little bit, but then it's got a little kind of corner point here, and then that curves down into the shadow of the corners of the eye socket. And then there's a darker shadow in the corner, kind of comes up and over. We can just increase that underneath, and that's looking really good. Again, you can make it as moody and as powerful as you want. Now we want the eyebrow. The eyebrow comes up. We've got to be careful because we don't have a lot of room. I'm just filling that in now, following the shape. You've got that rectangle that comes up, and then it just starts to peter out as it comes over. Peter out for Peter Parker. But it comes over, and that's the shape of his eye on the left hand side. Now we've got a darker shadow that follows the kind of bend in his nose up into the corner of his eye socket. So we've got all of that in now. Now we come over, and I'm going to do the eyebrow first. Remember, we've got the diagonal line following the eyebrow. So kind of fills in and then comes underneath. And then we've got that shape that comes around. Now I'm going to do the dark of the upper eyelid crease first. That comes over, there's darker down there. Now we go underneath that, we've got the shape the upper eyelid with the eyelash, and that comes down to the dark in the corner. The lower eyelid goes up to the tear duct, then we've got the dark right in the corner. This comes over, it's just diagonal of the little V, but that's really dark. And you've got the nice shadow right in the corner. Now, using the sharp of the pencil, just keep turning your pencil, we can darken the iris down. And that's really looking something like. And then we've got the shape coming up in between the eyes. We can increase that shadow, same right in the corner. And then that lower eye socket. Lower eyelid and his right eye. We've got a shadow right under the lower eyelid, leaving a little bit of a highlight. And then the crease comes under. Now we've got that shadow coming off. That's looking pretty good. Now we can just increase the dark in the ear. Now we come back to the nose, where the back of the nostril joins the face. We've got that dark that comes round. Then we've got the left nostril. It's much smaller than the right nostril. So you just want a nice little shape. And then the right nostril, we bring the shape out, darken it down, then you've got the curve underneath. That's darker right underneath. So we can build that shape, curve where shadow shows where the nose touches the skin of the upper lip. And the shadow in the bit in between the nose and the upper lip. Now the mouth, nice and soft, using the end of the pencil. It's like a bird, those bird shapes again. So we've got the little crease in the middle, very slight, and it goes out. You can see how the dark touches the end, where the lip comes down, and then it goes to the very corner of the mouth, just nice and soft. And again the same, it kind of goes up and then comes down to the corner of the mouth and goes out nice and soft. Just darken the tone of the upper lip. And then the edge of the lower lip. Doesn't go dark all the way across. Again, we've left this highlight and it's working really well for us. So again, now we're just going to increase the tone around the edge of the mouth. Be like the crease lines when he's older, because it's where they're starting, but he's got very soft, smooth skin. Again, that curve comes around. And we got that W shape over the chin, the little dimple in the chin. The lower part we can darken the tone down. And this is where there's a lot of work in this, but it just makes it look so nice and so real. Again, this shade of the chin coming across, leaving the reflected highlights around it. And then the chin underneath, you've got the dark coming down right under that crease. Then we've got a crease line in the neck that comes across, another one above the suit. just build those tones up a little bit. So again, coming back in now with the blending stump. Just pushing that tone around. Side of the mouth. Coming up to the nose. Side of the nose. Bit that comes up in between, we can push that up, and then that shadow goes up and joins the side of the forehead. And this is where you can faff about loads. You can just keep going as much or as little as you like. I hope you're enjoying this, because it's an absolute joy to do this when you see a drawing start to come together. It is fantastic. Again, we can just darken that down at the top of the cheek. Now, I'm going to come in quickly. Oh, missed a bit. Just softening the bits on his ear. Now, coming in with the putty rubber, got to pull it to a real fine point. Because we've got just up the side of his head, and then underneath the corner of the eye socket, corner of the nose, going up the brow of the nose, on the front, now again on the ear. You can see we just pulled up that highlight on the ear. Beneath the lower eye, then on the right hand side, just around the eyebrow, in the centre of the forehead, top of the nose, then on the right hand side, the edge of his ear, then at the top, coming down, and then his cheek. And again, because some of these are just that little bit sharp, we just gloss over it using the blending stump, nice and light. And that gives us the tones that we want. just softens them that little bit, but you've still got the highlights. I'm really pleased with that. That's looking good. And when we get the rest of Spidey's outfit in, that's going to look rather spectacular. That's pretty good. So like I say, I'm just tweaking bits now. We've got the direction of the hair, that diagonal of the dark going up, and even now just using the blending stump in those darker shaded areas. That just pushes the tone around for us. And then dark coming off the back of that ear. And then coming up the top of the hair. Again, just getting the shapes all working together and looking pretty good. So we're back in with the 2B pencil and we're now going to shade in Spider-Man's body. So we're going to cover all of it relatively quickly, but we'll do the red first. Again, like we did with the face, we're just doing a nice simple tone just to cover everything. Again, we're just going over the lines and filling in the shapes as quickly as possible. Now again, I'm doing this relatively quickly, so it doesn't matter if you kind of go over the lines a little bit, because you can always use an eraser and clean off the lines if you go over. But just using the flat of the pencil now, and so that's covering all over there. We need to come down to this arm, filling in. Now I'm resting my left hand on top of my right hand, just so as I've got a nice pivot below the wrist. And it gives you a little bit more control when you're filling in these areas. Now even here I'm still being careful, but occasionally go over the lines, like there and there I've gone over. But that doesn't matter, because it's a sketch, so you can go over the lines, but as I said, you can then clean them off quite easily. Filling in his mask. And then we come up. Now, you can tell that the blue is going to be a little bit darker than the red. So I'm filling the tone in where the red is, around his waistband, then coming all the way up. Again, down the arm, coming over, and that's the right arm, forearm done. Now down the hand. You can see already we're getting the tone filling in quite nicely. Now there's a lot of other patterning, there's lots of dots in Spidey's blue bits. Again, when I did Viva Valle, an oil painting of Valentino Rossi, on the seat there were lots of dots, and it took me hours to just put the dots on the seat, and I had to do the tone. So now we're doing the blue bit down here, and there's different ways that we can kind of indicate the dots. But if you're using pencil crayons, like these coloured pencil crayons, you could do the lighter on top of the darker possibly, but that's what I'd do with the paint. You know, I'd use paint to do that, but we're not going for that kind of hyper real. We're just going for a quick representation. So here I'm just darkening down the blue a little bit, just a quick representation, just so that you can see there's a little differentiation between the blue. So I'm just pressing on, again using the flat of the pencil, I'm pressing on a little bit harder, still going quickly, using the flat of the pencil. You know, that click noise was just the pencil going off the edge of the paper onto my drawing board. So now filling the front centre section of his midriff down to his crotch. Then we want this leg filling in. And I've gone right to the edge of the paper. Again, you can hear that click, it goes off. Now, when you get to the bottom, what you can do if you want to go right to the very edge of the paper is you could take a piece of paper and you slip it underneath, and then you can go right to the edge completely, and it doesn't matter, you won't be getting your pencil onto, so you can see that I've just got some pencil on that paper. You won't actually be getting your pencil on your drawing board, but that's okay. You know, it's a choice at the end of the day. So there, very quickly, we have filled all of that. I'm going to come in with the kitchen roll again. I'm going to do the quick smudging technique all over, and there's no bright highlight, so it doesn't matter. You can just go over everything. So I've even gone over the dark bands, and you can see straight away we've got a nice now smooth tone down at his neck, down his right arm, right the way to his hand. Then blue on the legs, same thing, just smudging it, pressing really forcefully. But there you can see already we've actually got the development of some of the tones that we actually want. Now, that's looking really good. Now I'm going to use the paper so that I don't smudge the drawing with my hand and just get, because like my hand now, it would go on there, it would literally get covered. And sometimes when you're doing this, if you're doing a lot, the underneath of this paper will get covered in graphite, so you need to change the paper sometimes if you're doing a long work. So now I'm carefully using the tip of the pencil to fill in this black stripe, this grey stripe going down. I mean, you kind of say plastic. I mean, I can remember as a child in the late 70s, early 1980s, we had Spiderman suits and it was like solid plastic, the belt was, and wasn't as malleable and as bendable as the suits that they wear in the... And they were the toys that we had, the suits that you see in the films. So there's the little squares on the end of his spider belt bits, filling the actual belt in, just darkening it that little bit. Now in between, there we go, just lighten that up. Just made that a little bit too dark. Now there's a highlight on this side, there's highlights on that one, and we'll pull those out using the putty eraser in a bit. So we've got the darker stripe coming up the right side of his chest, coming up to the shoulder, and we got this tone. It's darker here and then lightens as it comes around the side a little bit. The same with this wristband, following the curve of his wrist around, kind of goes darker here in between and light it out to the edge. And again, we'll darken this down and pull up some highlights in a bit. Now the underneath part of his web slinger is darker. And you can see now, like his face looked quite dark at first, but now we're starting to put more tone on the suit. The face, which the white paper would have made it look a lot darker, is just starting to stand out a bit better. Now we've got a lighter grey coming over on the outside. Bit of shadow in there just quickly. Now doing the same, I'm just going to darken corner up on the shoulder. Now it's nice and light on this one. We've got the tone already coming over on the elbow kind of bracelet, top of the glove, and then darker on the inside there. Now kind of mid-tone. And then the eye, the black patch around the eye, much darker. Again, I'm just filling the shapes in nice and quickly. A bit lighter here, so it's darker underneath and just lighter at the top. Dark underneath the fingers. Now I'm going to come in, I'm just going to use the blending stump and push that pencil around just to smooth it off. Now this is very, very quick, and if you take your time a lot more you can do this even more detailed, but I'm showing you the basic techniques very quickly for representational drawing. If you want to go absolutely hyper real, you've got to spend a long time. Now I can bring that tone all the way down to the belt, that tone in between, it's a bit darker, and this is how we just build up some of the tones slowly. Now again, you can see we're going to have to darken down the arms and his body just to match. Again, smoothing everything out, just pressing on using the blending stump as you would a pencil. It's a drawing tool. So I'm going to come in with the putty rubber. And we've got the highlighted parts on his spider belt. Just those kind of metallic edges going up. So again, I've pulled the pencil off as best I can. And then we can crisp that up. Going back in with the pencil. So just sharpen the pencil a little. And we come back in. Sharpen the edges, square shapes at the top and at the bottom, and then we've got the crisp line to the edge, and this is where, and I can darken it down in between. It didn't matter about when we smudge the pencil, because we can use the eraser and pull out those details. It's actually very, very good. Again, just crisping up those edges. They're a little bit darker on this one because they're in shadow. Darker on that side, and that's how you detail those up. Again, the belt in between is just a little bit darker. And that's looking really good. Now, what we're going to have to do is just build up the detail and the tones. So, there's the dark shadow underneath that arm. We're going to build the tones up of the body, and then everything will all fall together. As we saw with the face, you put all the mid-tones in, and it's only when you have the highlights and then you put the very dark bits in that it all kind of comes together. So, now, what I'm going to do is we're going to start from the neck. I'm using the flat of the pencil. Now again, we've been using, this is a 2B only the whole way. And you can see where we've got the dark of the shadow on those creases in the centre of his neck. And that follows across the top. Little bit of curve that comes down, and the shadow goes to the end. Then if you squint your eyes, you can start to see where the dark tone is. So here, coming down to the arm and his armpit, we've got some darker tone, and that curves around the front of his chest. Again, you notice we haven't done the little spider on the front just yet. Then coming across his chest down the centre, got a little bit of dark. It's almost like a kind of little bat shape there. Completely wrong character universe, but that's just the shape caused by the top of his pectoral chest muscles going up towards his neck. Just the fold in between and how the fabric is pulled. Then we've got that dark tone following the curve of his right shoulder, going up, And coming across underneath the spider, we can just darken that down underneath his chest muscles, coming down to his tummy and his lower abdominals, and then we can just kind of slightly darken those. And then across his chest. You can see that's giving us the tone and the shape and the form of his body now. Again, shadow going up from there. Now we've got a little bit of shadow on the left shoulder, just curving up, leading to the highlighter, lighter top of the left shoulder there. Again, just little increase in the tone. I'm going over the legs of the spider, just filling in that front piece. And again, cross hatching, just coming down using the flat of the pencil over his tummy. Little bit darker at the bottom, little bit darker following those web lines as they come down. You can see we're losing the detail of the web lines, but again we'll pick those up after we've got the shading in. So now, right arm, we've got the shade at the lower bicep from the elbow joint. That comes up, shade coming underneath that grey band, the lower part of his upper arm muscle to the shoulder muscle. And a little bit of tone up the back of his arm. And then we come down, side of the arm, a little bit darker. We've got the highlight over the front, so this bit area here is going to be lighter. And we just bring the dark down that little bit. And already you can see that's working really well for us. Now again, underneath the bracelet we've got a shadow, and the hand comes down, and between these we've got the knuckles. So I'm just drawing U shapes in those little web bits, and that's allowing the shape of the knuckles and the top of the flat of the hand to show through. Now all of the fingers a little bit darker underneath because they're all in shadow, and then right underneath from the knuckle tops a little bit darker, but then these last two darker still as they fold under. Now I'm putting in the actual darks between the fingers. And then we want the curve of the shadow where his fingers are clasping his mask. And as we come down, we've got a kind of V shape of shadow here, inverted V. That comes down to the edge of the mask. And then darker, you leave that highlight. Dark around the eye socket, coming up to underneath the fingers, the eye patch. Little triangle of shade there. And then we've got these shadows in the mask on the top. And then you can see that's now making the eye start to really stand out. So again, little bit of shading on the belt up on that side. Now we're coming over, shade from the armpit on his right arm, a little bit of tone coming underneath the arm. Now again, bringing that down a little bit, just squaring up the line where I need that to go. And we've got the soft part of his arm, and the shade, we've got a lighter bit towards the inside, and that's where it's darker. Now we've got that dark line of, this is like a bracelet that holds the web slinger further up, and then we've got the contoured shadow coming down the inside of his arm that's a little bit darker, leaving the highlight here, but then a little bit of tone just giving three-dimensional form on the outside of his wrist. So filling in the dark of where the fingers clasp and the underneath of the fingers. Little bit of shadow underneath the web slinger bracelet. But you can see already that we're getting good, strong definition now. So I'm going to use my blending stump very, very quickly. Just going to wipe the end of it first from the previous work. So I'm working from that hand, the left hand, those shadows quickly, just looking where the shadows are. And you can push the pencil around, and that gives us the shape and form that we want in the scrunched up mask, on his fingers, the dark underneath in the very lower fingers, between the actual fingers we can just push that dark a little bit. So now up the wrist, again just using the side like we would a pencil. You can see we're just pushing that tone right the way up and through the arm. It's darker down by the elbow and comes up the bicep up towards the armpit. Again, the edge, just pushing those tones around nice and simply, just being careful where it's lighter on the shoulder not to just destroy that. Now again, you need that light, so you don't want to push the pencil over and destroy the effect that the shadow and the light causes. Following the form of those creases on his neck and down over the chest. Again, just gone straight over the spider right to the bottom. That little shadow inside, like the bottom part of his abs, over the tummy, again back up to the chest. Then the right arm. And this is all the shadow down on the red, pretty much done. Down on the hand, right at the bottom. And that's a good bit of mid-tone done. Now we need to get the blue and the black in, and it's just working up the details. But I hope you're having fun doing this, because I certainly am. Now we're going to put in the very darks on Spiderman. So starting with the shadow underneath his left arm, and that's where it's at its darkest. Now again, I'm just increasing these pattern lines so I don't lose them. just in this dark. Now the shadow on his torso comes down, so you've got a highlight on the edge, but it's darker down the side. And then we've got the tone. So I'm just crisping. I need the paper. So I'm just bringing the paper in so that I don't smudge the drawing too much. So I'm just crisping up the edge where the blue fabric joins the red. That comes all the way down to the arm. Crisping that up, and then we can build the shadow up much darker. Filling in that top part. And that's the pattern coming down. Now I'm just cross hatching very quickly backwards and forwards and filling that dark area in, and you see already that that's now different to the tone, which is the red next to it. So now we need to do the same on his right arm. We've got the shadow at its darkest where his arm goes up into his armpit next to his chest. And you see that comes all the way down to there. So I'm using the flat of the pencil, pressing on but not going right to the edge. Now, not as dark, right next to the edge. So that comes up to the top of the fabric. Just crisping up where the fabric joins. And that comes down, and then we can fill in the shadow again. And that's looking really good. So now we need to do the same on the trousers. So we've got the darkest tone, but it isn't as dark as these shadows here, is in between the upper thighs on his right leg. And then I'm just drawing back in that sewing line on the front of his costume. Then we can bring that tone. Again, if you squint, you can actually see the tones better. So we're building that tone down, and you've got this curve of tone coming up to his hip, and around the groin area and the crotch area. Just you put the delineation of that tone just curving around. Remember, a body is fluid, doesn't have sharp angles. Now, off the hat, we have a shadow cast over the left thigh. Again, we need to pull up the highlights on the hat, but we'll do that in a bit because we're putting all of this tone down quickly. And then up the left upper part of his leg up to his hip. And then we come over, bit of dark tone under the waistband. That's looking really good. So again, now I'm just coming in, going over, just deepening that tone a little bit. And we've got a little bit there, shape of the upper hip, and then filling the tone in all the way across. Now my hand is not resting on the page at all, I'm just pivoting from the shoulder. So now slightly darker tone down the outer right thigh, and then we can fill that tone in. And that's how we just make the blue. And because you're cross hatching, you're going over the deeper tones that you put underneath. That makes it just stand out that little bit better. And it increases the tone across all the area in the blue. Same in that part underneath the side of his chest and on the left. So now, just coming in with the blending stump. And then we've got the tone coming across the waistband part. Around the groin and crotch area, down the leg, outer side. Again, you can see it's getting really black, but I'm just using the side of the blending stump as a drawing tool, and that's looking rather fantastic. Again, same. You see that I just completely smudged it outside the line, but that's okay, because we can come back in and sort that out very soon. Again, same on the right arm. Now I'm using the graphite that's on the blending stump. Now we've got the darker bits, and you see I'm just going over everything completely, going from the blue, and we can see we've now got that definition in the arm and the shoulder. And you're just using the blending stump as a drawing tool to fill in everything that you need. And you're pushing the tone around, and it's just making it look complete and three-dimensional. That's looking rather good. So now, just sharpening the pencil again, just so as I can get nice crisp lines. So I'm going to go round the kind of plasticky strips, and by giving these a little bit of delineation, it crisps it up. Dark shadow at the bottom, bottom of his spider belt. Now I can see that the tone just a bit too light there. On his spider belt. Then again, just detailed crisp lines on the pockets on his spider belt. Darker shadow down that side, darker shadow down the edge there. And that's really starting to look good. Then we've got an internal line that comes down the centre, goes off on the edge and comes down right the way to the bottom. Crisp line inside. Then we've got crisp line underneath there, this little shield shape, straight line down either side, little V. Then we've got a line inside that comes down and follows the contours all the way around, and the same at the top. But we've got two at the top, so we've got one that's a little bit lower, comes over, and we've got a little triangle there. Now that's that delineation brought in. Now we want the dark on the bracelet part of the web slinger up his arm. Two dark lines inside and the line underneath. Now that one goes all the way up and comes over. Now down on the bracelet part, line over the top, delineation line. That is very dark but slightly curved. These are the shadows at the bottom. Curve the bottom of the bracelet, then a dark rectangle on the edge. Then we've got these arch shapes actually on the bracelet. That's looking really good. Now we do the same on this side. Darken up the grey strip. Comes down his torso to the end of the spider belt. Little V dark. And then that is the dark on that side going up. And we come to the shoulder strap. That comes up, goes over, got the dark going down. Twisting the pencil just to keep it as sharp as possible. Two lines on the top. Then from here we've got that little triangle. Matches the one on this side. Line going round underneath. Then on the bracelet, up his arm. I'm going to have to sharpen the pencil just so as I've got a nice sharp point. It comes over and we've got a line that goes over to the bottom, dark line inside the bracelet, shadow underneath, and the connecting bar underneath right down to the end. And again, just the actual shapes. Curves over. And underneath. And the bracelet itself just got some darker lines. Right, and oop, that was the end of the pencil snapping off because I was pressing on so hard. But that's okay. Just need the blending stump. Oh, dropping that down. Just got some lighter paper around that. Now, come down and we do the same on the eye. Want the sharp point just to get the crisp lines. So we've got, following the shape of the eye, going around, we've got these little track lines. And we've got two. And then the real dark right underneath, just caused by the shadow of the folds of the fabric and the hand. But we just got that little highlight showing up. So now I'm actually going to fill in the bottom of the spider. So that's darker, but it's lighter at the top. So just come in with the blending stump, we can just push that around, leave that little highlight in the top corner. And then we can really darken up the legs. And then the very bottom of the spider, and the side has got the shadow on, and a little line along the centre, kind of mould line. Now that's looking really good, just getting those areas all down and sorted. And now we've got to build up the detail, put some highlights on and build up the web detail on the suit again. So again, just building up some of the dark underneath its arm using the flat of the pencil. Again, still just 2B. We've used nothing but the 2B pencil today, which is quite good for a change. And it just shows you the versatility of what you can actually produce with one pencil. So this is really, really good. Again, just bringing that tone down. Now, what we need to do, because we've lost a lot of them, is bring in some of the webbing detail. So I'm just getting a nice sharp pencil again. I'm going to start on his left arm. Now, I've got the sharp point. This is where I could use a technical pencil because the nib would never change. But I'm following the line down. Now, these lines are kind of double tracked. So just draw another line next to them. There's like two next to each other. it's not just one line. You can draw one line if you want, but I'm using the tip of the pencil and it's just giving me what I need. I'm just drawing as much of the line as I possibly can. Now we've got these curved web bits. Because we put the underdrawing in, it's easier to follow these lines now because they're there working for us. Now again, I'm just going to crisp up the very outer of the arm. Oops. Again, the same on the inside, just increasing the shadow. And then that's that web going down. So now we've got the hand coming all the way down. And we've got the webbing on his fingers. But I'm just doing the dark underneath the fingers. Increasing that, the dark where the thumb is. Then you've got the folds coming out. The fold comes down, following the mask. Then from here, this is a very dark one. We've got that dark going up and over, just the creases following the flow of the fabric. Dark right at the top. And then dark right underneath. So we've got very dark patch there, coming down, little V. That shape, then darker where that fold goes over, fold going into the side of the hand is darker, and then that tone down the edge there, just a little bit darker. And that's how you get the shape of the fabric, just by using the tones underneath the lower eye. Just darken up in between the knuckles. Then right next to that fold, and that's starting to look really good. Just sharpen the pencil a little. So now we're following this web line. So you've got this one that comes down. You can see how it's going to go through underneath and come out on the hand. And this goes right down to the fingers. Put the second track next to it. This one comes down, then comes out, goes in between the little finger and second finger, second track. Now there's one that's going to come down along here, and that's what's going to be this one that comes out and goes in between the first and second finger. Now we've got one that goes around there, then we've got the web, got one that goes up the top, and the webbing that goes over the top of the hand. Twisting the pencil just to keep the sharp piece doing the work for me. Now we've got like a little bird in the lower fingers, and then that goes off higher, and that one's fairly level. Now it goes the opposite way. The curve has changed. We're going underneath, not over. That's following the form of the fingers. Now the little finger, the lines are just a little bit off. And then with those lines on, we can just increase the shadow a little bit to leave the highlight on the hand showing. Again, just indicating some shade on the top of the hand on that side. And that makes his glove and his arm stand out. So there's a little bit of webbing visible there. Coming down, we've got a crease that comes down a little bit further. Then we've got webbing going into the crease, down to the eye. Then on these folds coming down, we've got one there, and that we've got the track line already on for us, so that's helping. And there's a web track line down there, another one in the dark, and then we can indicate the web lines coming over. Again, just now detailing up that tone a little bit more. That's his left arm looking something like. So now we come up to the neck. Got the collar going right the way round. And then we're going to start from this one right at the top. Then on the shoulder, sharpening my pencil so I've got a sharp point. Just doubling up those web track lines. Now this one, we've got to bring it in, and you can see where it comes down to that corner just above the armpit. Doubling up the track line. Now this one only comes here. We've got the web that comes over, doubling up the track line, and this one goes right the way up to the neck. This comes all the way down his torso, just twisting to keep the pencil sharp, following the form, curves around over his abdominal muscles, comes down. Then putting the second track line. Now got the web on the side, follows the black banding, that goes up, then comes over to that point. Now we're going to double up this line down here, just twisting the pencil just to keep that sharp. I need to sharpen it as well. Now just bring over the web on this side. Then we've got from the center we follow the shape of the torso. As you can see how it curves down underneath the centre, from the centre of the spider. Bit of a couple of lines around the outside of that. It curves down from the chest and then curves out a little bit, following the form of its tummy all the way down. Now this one goes right up to the neck, down into these folds. Got some little bumpy bits that go over. This one, the line's in the kind of right place, just from the angle that you're looking at on that middle one there. Whereas this one, you've got the fold, so we can just direct the line a little bit. Now, coming out over the chest, following the curve down. The second line. Then this one, it curves back under the chest and then down over the tummy. All the way down, right to the bottom. Second line all the way down. We've got one line there at the bottom, and then we've got these web lines at the bottom. Next line up, two lines, same for the third one. Just imagine that bird shape. Secondary line over the top. Then we want this line coming over to the tummy, then off to the side. Now we come down from the neckline over the top of the chest, going towards the right shoulder. Then right from the edge, that one comes down, and then we can finish that web going over. Now we've got the ones up by the neck. Going up to the left shoulder. And then right up the collar. How that goes around. Then we've got this fold here. So I'm going to increase the shadow. And then we've got another fold halfway up, so we can increase the shadow there. But we've got just some of the web goes into those creases. Then we've got one crease fold there at the bottom as well. Increase the shadow that little bit in between the two, and then we can bring that web all the way around the neck. Now on this side between these two creases, we've got a little V of shadow there. Now, I don't know if you can hear that drilling out the back. You might be able to pick that up, but it's that kind of time of year when people are doing stuff in the garden again, and I've got to have the window open. So you may hear the occasional chainsaw or drill or something kicking off. Anyway, that's all part of the ambience, along with the birds chirping in the background. So, finish off that shadow. Now we come down onto the right arm, we're doing the webbing. So we want a little web from that corner point. Then we've got the web down the right arm. I'm just delineating the outer part of the right arm. Web off the corner of the blue. Then coming down on the forearm. And then we want the curved webs coming over. And then right at the bottom. Then we come down to the right hand, got the dark line on the thumb. That comes up. Got the crease in the centre. And the finger, we've got this fold where we put all the construction lines in. So here we've got an inverted V. You've got the finger folding up. And we've got just some crease lines in the fabric, nice and dark. And then you've got the first finger, dark shadow underneath. And that goes off up to the knuckle. Then we've got the second finger comes down, and then this bit here is the third finger right behind. Now just going to sharpen the pencil again because I just want it nice to be able to put the web on. So you got 1, 2, 3 up the thumb, 4th right on the corner. Then we've got that webbing going over, but we've got the tool coming down, so you can imagine that line comes down and comes through here. Again, the same with the top one, that line comes down and joins the hand there and goes towards the knuckle. Then we've got one web on the top of the knuckle, and then underneath we've got those little web lines. We can just darken that outer side part down and a bit of shading up the knuckle and the first finger. And the thumb. Using the side of the pencil, just increasing that tone on the arm. Again, you just build it like we do on any portrait. You're using the shading to build up the three-dimensionality and believability of the figure. And there you can see we're looking really, really good. Now, we've now got this really dark line on his chest on the right hand side, going around the side of his chest as well. This comes all the way down, comes out of the shadows. So again, this is just how the web carries on. You can see how the lines pretty much in line with the lines on the red part. That's very dark, so that's a little bit curved. And then we've got that line that comes over, and then we've got coming out of the shadow, we've got this thicker line that comes down, connects just above the belt. Then we've got the second line, just curves, follow that little parallel with this one up, and then goes off to the edge of his body. Now you can see we've got to bring the shadow down from under the arm and just intensify it that little bit. And we can bring that tone down a little bit more using the flat of the pencil, and then the shape of the chest coming round, we just want to pour a little bit more shade there. And that's really good. That's looking really well and getting close to where we want it. So now I'm going to use the tip of the pencil. I'm not going to sharpen it because these lines are thicker. Imagine that line coming down underneath the belt past the red. This is where they've got to join up together. So this line comes down, comes through, comes right the way down to that leg. Then the second one comes out, then we've got this bird shape that curves over, and then the little kick going off. We've got one to the edge of the leg, and then we've got it's kind of matched underneath. And this is where the slightly worn down tip of the pencil is working in our favour to make these lines. Now this one, it's slightly off centre, so this comes down, it's inside. Imagine that line comes down, comes over here, it's just to the right. That one comes down, and this one goes down a little bit lower. Then we get that one following the curve of the leg, second one there. Then we've got these stripes. These are like stripes down a pair of tracksuit bottoms. Comes down behind the mask in his hand, and that comes right down to the bottom of the paper. Then we've got the second track line. That comes down parallel, and then we've got it just comes over right at the bottom. Again, we've got the stitching right down the centre of his costume, and that follows and flows down the leg. Then using the flat of the pencil, again we can bring this pattern, the flattened tip, not the flat side, on the edge. That's a V, and we've got the secondary line inside. Then we want that goes right off to the edge, and just like this one, you can see the same thing, it's inside the lines above. Then we want the line comes down and it's just above, meets the kind of one on his left leg. Now again we can intensify. I mean, there inside the leg we've got a line that comes down, that's the stitching again. But we can intensify and increase the shadow. That just makes that a bit darker. Underneath the crotch. Going up to the thigh. That was the pencil going off the paper again. Then we want slightly darker tone coming down the outer leg, going up to the hip. Again, we can darken down the shadow caused by the mask and his left arm, going up the left side of his hip. So now underneath the spider belt bits we've got a couple of little shadows. Just increasing the dark on the plastic. That's looking really good. So now again, shadow on the upper part by his waistband. And this is how you just carefully build up the tone slowly. And we want a bit of darker tone on the inside of the left thigh as that comes up. You can see that's giving us now really good three-dimensionality on Spidey. Now we've got this line that comes down, the track line like these, comes down and then that kicks over. Then we have got the second one just inside the leg, right on the edge, but I'm going to darken up the edge of the trousers going all the way up as well. So again, this is just nice and quick, building up that tone just a little bit. That's looking really good. Now I'm going to come in with the putty rubber. Where I've gone over, close to the body and the legs, we can just pull that out next to the arm. That pulls that out nice and cleanly. And just crisps it up. Now, again, up the outside of the left arm. Nice and quick, down by his neck. And you can leave those kind of splodge lines around if you want, but it just cleans up the image, makes it look nice. So you can do that. You can use the putty rubber, you can use Mars plastic. So that's cleaned him up rather nicely, rather quickly. Now, what we need is on these plastic bits, just indicating some highlights where the delineation lines are. Again, over the top. Then on the top of the arm up here, on the black plastic, we can just pull off some highlights there, following the curve as that goes up and over. Then the top on his spider belt. A little highlight at the bottom. On those side bits, and then on the arm on this side. The bracelet part of the web slinger. Just indicating some highlights. Again, little ones on the inside where the lights come underneath. And then what we need, so I'm just going to pull this into a long point. We've got some highlights on the fabric and the collar and the top of his arm. That little bit there, again just smudging it with my finger. Top of that shoulder there. And then some of the webs. I've just got highlights on them, so I'm just tracking it using the eraser. Now, down on the eye, on the hood, again same thing on the fabric, just pulling up some of the little highlights on the folds of the fabric. That just gives us a little bit more difference. And you can see just the fabric then starts to show. Now, again, knuckles, top of the hand, top of the arm, and coming up the centre of the arm, up onto the shoulder, and then the left shoulder, top of the left arm, where the elbow is, and a little bit down the hand. Again, I'm just dabbing carefully. Top of the left hand, inside of the fingers and the folds, and the left thumb. Again, just dabbing carefully, and you can see now that's really lifted the image up for us. Now again, coming in with my blending stump, we just go over and soften those down so as they're not pure white on the fabric. We've still got the highlights that have just been pulled out, but they're not crisp white. So now back in with the 2B pencil, and I can increase some of, I'm using the flat side, some of that dark as that comes over on that band. On the bracelet itself, now on his spider belt, can really just increase the intensity a little bit. Just sharpening that. Just so as I can get darker lines that I want to. Yeah, that's looking really good. Now this is looking really, really close to finish, but I'm just going to faff about, sharpen the pencil, but we're going to do some interesting details. Now again, here I've got some smudge marks which are either off my hand or off the paper and down the side. And this is the thing about using this to keep it clean. Now we've got all of the dots in this blue area, and I've just sharpened the pencil, and we've got this part of the blue down his left arm. Now I've got the sharpen point. This is where a technical pencil would be very good, but I'm using the tip of the pencil and I'm putting on diagonal lines, and then if I go the other way, cross hatching, that's how we end up with some nice points left in. Now I'm darkening up the line where the fabric joins. Now off this diagonal, this is where I'm going to start, and we've obviously got a bit of curve as it comes around, so as we get to this part it's going to come up and then it's going to curve a little bit. So we're going to fill this in. I'm twisting the pencil just to keep the tip sharp. And a technical pencil would do this much better, because you wouldn't have to sharpen your pencil at all. Now, as this gets higher, we want to just kind of change the direction a little bit, just increasing the angle. So you imagine it's following the form of his chest, because that's what it is. Now, I've made the angle more acute as it comes around. His side. Now, we've put the lines in that direction. Let's put another one in. Now we need them to go the other direction. This is what will get us the little dimple points. So just bringing the curve down. Now, as we get to here, it needs to start curving the other way. A little bit. It just follows the form and the shape of the body. Now, I'm doing the same as it goes up, following the curve, twisting the pencil. And as we come higher, we need to change the direction of the line so it bends a little bit that way and then goes up underneath into the dark. It's a little kind of wavy line. So now we've got the little kind of crosshatch pattern, and you've got the little dots in the blue. Again, just do the same on the arm, darken the actual join line. But we're following the pattern as it comes down and twists around the arm, so it's just curving that little bit. It's not dead straight, and if you put the curve on, it'll just trick your eye. If you did them dead straight, it'd just look a bit weird, but it just tricks your eye to believe the shape and form, because that's what you're doing. You are using pencil to create an illusion. So that comes all the way down. Now, again, same going up. This is cross-hatching, but rather than just quick cross-hatching, we're doing it with a purpose. Again, you could take your time and really match up the dots if you want to. So there I've just gone into the red, but that doesn't matter, that's okay, it's just part of the drawing. Again, we've now got those lovely dark patches in the drawing looking really good, and you know that they are the blue areas, but they are darker, which is making the red, the grey of the red, stand out. Now, on his legs and down around his waist and down his crotch, this is going to be kind of a little bit more complex, but if you think of them as panels, and we have got a panel, this is how we're going to fill them in. So I can see we've got a line that curves from here around up to the hip. So that's going to be the start point, but I'm going to use these lines to allow me to fill it in quickly and easily. And again, I'm just following the curve that the shape of the body is doing. And this will make the pattern for us. Just keep twisting the pencil. Again, this is a 2B. You could use a technical pencil, or you could use a HB, but you'd really have to press on. But ultimately you just have to keep sharpening your pencil to keep the point sharp. Now this line on the corner, hang on, just sharpen the pencil just so as I've got a sharper tip, and we're just filling in these shapes. And because you go into these thicker lines, it doesn't matter if they don't actually connect, because you're creating that illusion. And as long as they get close, that's absolutely fine. Now, here, the angle slightly changes as we come down the hip. So we're coming down and we've joined up now with all the lines that we've made before. And it's kind of a little bit straighter, but it's going to start just curving a little bit, and then it curves down and around. So here now we've got a complete panel, and we can just follow that curve all the way down, just twisting the pencil, keeping the point sharp. And then the hip on this side, it just starts to curve to go around the other way. Now we match this going off on this direction. We've got coming out from the crotch, then going up. That curves, goes up. It's just a question of patience and adding the lines. And this is the thing with drawing. You can create as much or as little as you want. Now you can see you've got a V shape. So it's mirrored. You can see how the fabric is mirrored as it goes up. And that creates the form. So already you can see that's given us even more form on the leg. So this curve goes up, bends around the leg and over towards the hip. Now, we're just drawing these lines following the curve round of the leg to where the fabric joins, this connection line here. And then, again, we can follow the line up. It's just following the line and the curve of the leg, and again it creates that illusion for us. Just sharpen the pencil again, and I'm just going backwards and forwards nice and quick, just following the curve. Just keep checking your reference just to make sure. Now these lines have given us the full form of Spider-Man's legs, and then when we put them on the other direction, that'll create the little dimples on the top. But you did all the hard work putting the outline down. That was the foundation, and then when you put the shading in and erase off some bits, that gives you that level. Now again, that kind of looks done and very good, but we just need to finish it off. Now, I'm looking and I can see that the line kind of comes down there. So if I then just fill up to the outside. But again, just a slight curve following the flow of the hip. It's not a dead straight line. You wouldn't use a ruler for this. And this is what makes it more organic, it makes it look more lifelike. Because you're not drawing perfectly straight lines, it just makes it work for you completely. So again, just follow the lines, and you know you're going to come to this join line in the center of the fabric. And so we're just following the shape over, come up and just bend it over a little bit, up the thigh, and then just keep that following up. Again, when I'm pausing, I'm breathing, but you can see I'm not resting and just using my hand. I'm actually pivoting from where my arm is resting near my elbow, and that way you can draw a longer line without scratching. Again, it's just practice. Now this kind of curves down and round, starts to curve around the leg. Again, just a shape coming across his crotch, down the leg. And that's how you get the dimples. Now again, as it comes around the inside of his leg here, where we got that deeper shadow, the lines are going to get closer together. So you can just cross hatch, and that gives you that deeper shadow. So again, now this is the lines on the back, just doing a diagonal line to make it work. Then from inside the leg of his right leg, we need the shape to come down and around. So again, it's the V matching up on this side. Just sharpen the pencil so I've got a nice sharp point again. I'm coming down to this thicker black line on the leg. And that, we're just filling in this shape. And then again, it just comes up, goes a little bit higher, just starts to follow the curve of his leg around. So now you can see we've got this curve coming around the leg. And this comes around the outside of the leg. And that's looking really good. Again, I'm now just increasing the darkness of those lines, just going over them again, just to make them stand out. A little bit more. That's looking really good. Again, we can just work on the tones on the red, just darken that down a bit. Again, it's just simple cross hatching using the flat of the pencil. You've done, just move the paper out of the way. You've done the hard work. This is the fun bit. This is where you get to colour in a sense, but even though you're using a pencil. And you're just building up the tone little by little. Again, the arm coming down, shadow on the right arm. On the left hand. So you can see how the mask is now standing out. Shadow caused by the bracelet, just intensify that. Top of the hand. Oops, completely off the page, off the arm. Again, tone just coming down the upper left arm, right up to the shoulder. That's looking absolutely fantastic. I hope you've had fun. I've had an absolute blast. This is now just cleaning up. Just pull out that colour, just removing some of the grid lines. Now I'm just pulling the putty rubber out to a long point again, but not a too fine a point. Now the reason being is I'm now just going to dab over his face. Down on the cheek. Going up the side of his face. Underneath that lower eyelid on the left. Going up his forehead to the top. Centre of his forehead. Top, and you can see that's just giving us some nicer light. Now top of his lip, side of his lip, chin. I'm kind of just being quite impressionistic with this. Side of the neck, above the collar, now his right cheek coming down, side of his forehead, above the eyebrow, that bit going up. Lower part of the cheek. And then between the nose, now his lower eyelid on his right eye. Little highlight in the corner. Reflected highlights underneath. Some highlights on the top of the spider. In the neck. this is where, like I say, this is just building up the details that we need. Highlight on the ear, top of the ear, and the hair. Now I'm going to come in with the blending stump very carefully. Again, just softening these tones down so as they're not stark white highlights. They're brighter here down this side, so that's okay. But not down here. That's looking really, really lovely. So again, I'm pulling it to a really fine point. Just putting a couple of little highlight points right in the eye. On the lower eyelid, the upper eyelid. Reflected highlight going underneath the eyebrow. Again, that stronger highlight up the side of his cheek. And on the nose, over the mouth. This is just fiddling. You can right tear duct on his right eye. This is just how you finish off and complete your picture. Right highlight underneath that left eyelid, lower eyelid. That's the dark shadow right underneath. Now I've just noticed here we've got hair at the back, so I'm just putting a little bit of squiggly lines, and that's his hair at the back. Anyway, I think I'm quite happy with that. Just soften that down a little bit. And the side of his head. No, I'm actually really pleased with that. I hope you are too. I hope you've had fun. That's been a good long lesson, but it was good to do a body and you got to zoom in on the face. And I'll see you in the next lesson. Take care. Ta-ra.